allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Ready to do the roll call?
Please.
Roll call for the record. Letty Baker is not here. Dan Mercy,
Here.
Scott Smiley. No Scott. Chris, tell me the last name. Acoin
Here.
is here. Randy Kaiser.
Here.
We have a quorum. You may proceed.
All right, ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
Okay, is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move that we approve the agenda.
I second.
All right,
All in favor, say aye.
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 all right. And ask for a motion to approve minutes.
There a motion to approve the minutes for June 8th, 2026?
I move that we approve the minutes of June 8th, 2026.
All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm making some notes here myself.
Okay, is there any community audience members?
Nope.
Seeing none.
We get at least Jackie Boyd, huh?
Move on to the old business, which is discussion on establishing a committee charter. Did you get a copy of that Lenny had sent?
I mean, there's actually one behind, like your sheet there as well. So,
I don't seem to have.
that was,
Oh, okay. There it is.
yeah, I read through it, yesterday and it actually sounded fine and nothing jumped out.
Did you look through it, Kurt?
Just got it.
Just got it. Right. There was a couple of comments that I had. Has everybody had a chance to read through it, or everybody reading through it now? I think, some of the comments that I had I left my draft at home, but, there's a couple things on here that, we kind of want to set transparent criteria for the prioritization of the roads, right? And so that can be applied across roads in the future and whatever else, not necessarily prioritize the roads. So that's kind of what I had, was set transparent criteria for prioritization of the road. And in the first sentence, the Angel Fire Village Roads and Infrastructure Committee was created to help village leadership set transparent criteria to help prioritize both water and sewer projects. That sound amenable to you, Kurt? And this, the second sentence kind of reiterates that using all the current information to set the criteria used in decision making. And for me, just like Kurt, I would move safety to the front. To the first. then I would, I mean, what's our primary criteria is gonna be safety, budget, and then feasibility or because we don't want to prioritize a road that there's no way that we can upgrade it. Right?
Are you following chapter, what is it, chapter 7 or something?
Title 7.
Yeah, Title VII, so, that's for prioritizing, or not prioritizing, but identifying or classifying the roads, I guess.
That essentially has the criteria that we're supposed to be using, doesn't it?
For upgrading of the roads.
For prioritizing, for doing all of that, that's basically our Bible.
So then safety, Title VII compliance.
Mhm.
Which that kind of covers everything else there then, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, I think it would take the last sentence and separate it out. Says RIC will consider road use, materials and condition, residential density, safety, water tank maintenance and improvements, water rights and funding among evolving factors and needs. Now what they would just call a run-on sentence. But anyway, it would separate out, you know, as far as water is concerned, there's a lot more to water than water tank maintenance and improvements,
Yeah, so
and
that,
even water rights.
I agree 100%. That's what I was thinking is down in. I think we should cut that sentence off at just saying that we'll consider, safety, Title VII compliance and current use or something like that. And then down in the scope, I think we should break it out into roads, water supply and sewer. Because like you said, they're three different things.
And solid waste.
And solid waste. So does that sentence sound okay, just to say the RIC will, consider safety, Title VII compliance and current use?
Why don't you just say then the, RIC's goals are to set criteria to use in decision-making utilizing, the Title VII and safety factors, and then you can take the rest of it out. Because that pretty much incorporates all of the other.
Okay.
I mean, just an idea.
No, that's the voice of the run-on sentence. So the RIC shall meet once each month. The hour of the meeting will vary. I think it's more dependent upon the availability of the room or.
No, the room's pretty much available. It's more upon the committee's availability.
Okay,
Yeah.
so. Say RIC shall meet once each month at an hour.
Or you can say, we'll meet for, at an hour to be determined.
Okay, well, so we also meet the first week of each month, right? That what we've been doing is the first week.
Well, that's another way to say it. We'll meet once each month on what, third Monday, is it?
Well, you're only available Monday, Tuesday, right? Or
Monday's better for me.
Monday. Second Monday of every month, because that's kind of what we've been doing, right? So.
That's fine. Me, it makes more sense just to leave it what we say we meet monthly and it varies rather than setting a specific time unless there's.
Well,
It's sad, but that's,
yeah, kind of. We still leave it a little general.
that's fine. It doesn't.
Still puts it down to a time, it lets people plan.
So you want to say that we'll meet the second Monday? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I think that's what we were looking at, the second Monday of each month. So the time agreed by the committee, is that all enough?
Yep.
And then, RIC may have one or more working sessions each month to focus on and debate specific solutions, issues, and policy recommendations. I think RIC may have one or more working sessions each month. As determined by the committee members or as needed. I don't think we need to say that what we're gonna focus on each one.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah.
And then, is the duration of the RIC undetermined?
Well, hopefully it's indefinite.
Because I thought it was one meeting and it's.
From the village perspective, we hope it goes on forever.
Okay. So the duration of the RIC is undetermined, but I think the chairman and the officer should be renewed at least every 2 years or
I don't,
make sure.
does the charter even need to address something like that as long as it's talking about the committee as a whole?
It doesn't.
As far as the charter is concerned, the more specific you get, the more difficult it is to
Stay.
implement it.
Yeah,
So if you keep it general, especially up here, in the, for commitments and stuff, you're talking about the committee as a whole, so why don't we just leave it as a committee as a whole and let the committee at that, whatever particular time, if you have people dropping off, which we will, for sure, then they can be replaced. But that's a council, then the council becomes involved once vacancies occur
Yeah.
to appoint new members.
So, every 2 years, committees will be looked at for new officers anyway.
so then the duration of the RIC is dependent upon the,
I would just drop that line.
Probably changing in the title to.
Yeah.
Arbitration.
commitment. Okay, then down in the scope,
Actually, under supporting individuals, You can leave it that way, or you can drop the names and just leave the titles.
Okay. Can do that. I was gonna put Kurt's phone number in there.
It's on the website.
So in the scope, I think we should have a section on roads, a section on water, section on sewer and solid waste. Right?
Yes.
Instead of grouping it, all of them together.
So I'm sorry for jumping back. You did say not to have the individuals' names, members of the committee, just the positions.
Right.
Should do that with supporting individuals also.
Well, so for the members of the committee, I think we should leave the names on there for now.
Yeah, I'd leave
Supporting
names on.
individuals.
Oh, I heard you, that you should remove the names, so.
Just for us supporting individuals, we remove the names.
Yeah, I mean, get called to the principal's office quite often, so. I'm just kidding. Sorry for the interruption, sir. Yeah, we don't wanna, forget solid waste. Since everything's going real well there.
So, that second sentence, so the primary scope of RIC is to prioritize road, water, sewer, and solid waste projects and make recommendations to the village leadership. I think the second sentence is kind of self-explanatory. Don't think we need it. Doesn't really add anything to the charter, does it?
I agree.
And the next paragraph, I think ideally needs to, I mean, either we're gonna draft a multi-year plan or we're not going to, so. So I would get rid of ideally. Just say we'll draft a multi-year plan for the village to use as an action roadmap going forward. Plan in place. Work can be more intentional rather than reactive, and the water, sewer, solid waste and roads projects can be done in conjunction rather than piecemeal. I don't know if that.
My opinion, I would say with a plan in place, it allows for focus to remain on funding sources. One of the biggest problems as y'all are now aware of the timelines involved with getting grants. Starting the process to, get a grant and then having the priority change.
That's not in,
From administration to administration.
funding is not in our purview though, as a committee, is it?
No, but if you're gonna prioritize the projects and put a plan together for projects, the timeline for funding's gotta be considered.
Then we have to have council input or somebody's has to have input in order to be able to, for us to be able to even put a plan in place to prioritize the work. I mean, you can't do one without the other. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I don't think you quite
Because
understand.
we're spinning our wheels here. If we say, okay, you need to go out there and do that road, council goes, no, we don't have the money for that. We're gonna do this other.
Well, I think it's more if we can come up with a way to prioritize it, maybe the thing that they can't get the funding for, maybe second and third on the list. But at least if you've got them prioritized and ranked one way or another, then you can see, right? It may be that number one is it's gonna take 5 years to get it done, but number 3 may take 2 years, just depending on where, that's kind of how I look at it.
Yeah, if I just piggyback off that, because typically what you see in ICIP requests, we go to Santa Fe every year and asking for money for different things, is they want to see, well, how is this on your priority list, right? And so if there's some feedback, I think, from this committee to provide some direction, rather than council just shotgunning, because that's what they're doing, I think that would be helpful as well. You know, I think we had a meeting with State Rep Sanchez back in April, and his comment was, is this listed in your comp plan? Is this listed in your ICIP? To help validate or justify the ask when we go ask. And so, you know, there's different deadlines that Kurt's crew has to meet for funding options that are not related to Santa Fe. And in some instances, how is this on your priority list? And some of the other committees are coming up with, like the Rec and Trails Committee, on what should go around, you know, Allen Field, and of the things that they want. You know, the concession stand, that should be number one because it's got bathrooms in it, or should it be the pump track and that kind of stuff? So they can go out for funding through the outdoor grant program from the state to say, we've got a list, this is our top 5 things, we'd like to do that. I also feel the council would like to get some feedback at this level, so that it's not just on their shoulders of, I think this is a good idea, or that's a good idea. Everything that you're discussing at a committee level here, I think should be blended into that conversation. And I know that some of it is, you know, council needs to approve for us to go after this money, but if there's been some debate that, you know, we should make sure that the core is paved, right? All right, and this committee agrees. Or the general rule of, hey, we need to replace this tank. It's 150,000 gallons. It really should be 300 gallons, right? I think those are kind of the direction that the committee could take to provide some guidance when it does get to council too. Because I've seen it work the other way, where some committees say these are ideas, and then they go to council with these ideas, and council says, I like this, I don't like that, but I do like this. All right, so then it comes back to the committee level, to try to get flushed out that one option that they weren't satisfied with. So
that's why I think it's important that we develop the criteria of how we prioritize those based upon certain criteria or the Title VII compliance and whatever.
Randy's right, Title VII is kind of your Bible, but that doesn't mean it can't be changed. You know, that's a conversation we've been having with Kurt and Chuck, is that we think there's some gaps. And how do we fill those gaps, particularly with encroachment permits and stormwater management? But I just don't think people thought about that in 2002 when they were drafting the title, right? So I don't want the committee to feel that, hey, you know, it says A, B, C, that doesn't mean you can't add an E, F, G, or H.
So then that can, our function right now though is not necessarily to change Title VII, but if we identify something, we can bring it out in this plan of, or it needs to be changed, because I don't think the committee has the power to change it. If you know what I mean. We can make recommendations, yes.
And that's really,
And
I think that's really still important for the council to see. I mean, you guys are gonna be delving into the Title VII, roads, water, sewer, solid waste, and if that's within your purview, if you come up with these ideas on Title VII, at least council is not looking at it fresh and blind, and no one's talked about it. It's been discussed at this level to take forward to council, so.
I'm sorry for interrupting them, but the majority of solid waste is in Title IV.
I think you're right, yeah. But with respect to water, wastewater, and roads, that's all Title VII.
Yes.
And that's where we've identified, you know, with Kurt's input, you know, the language on encroachment really has got some gaps in it. We agree. So how do we finesse that? And looking at that, you know, there are road criteria that are set out Title VII, slopes, widths, travel lanes, that kind of thing. If you feel that some of that should be looked at again, I mean, I think that's well within your purview, however you want to address it.
Yeah, so I guess today we're looking at a charter for this committee. We're not trying to solve the issues, but that's great input, and we can add that in here. You know, making suggestions on how to modify Title VII and Title IV if needed. I mean, I think that's great.
As far as a plan moving forward, projects and stuff, I will say that, and I had mentioned it in our last meeting, that the ICRP meeting was last Thursday. And that list of priorities changes on a yearly basis. We have an official meeting, I ain't gonna lie, in my opinion, it seems to change every few months, based on direction that I get. And I'm not saying that, it's just the nature of the beast. But case in point, there were a couple of roads in particular that were brought up in question about potentially being reprioritized. And well, I ain't gonna sugarcoat it, it's just the person that brought it up happens to drive that road every day. And it was definitely not anywhere near what we would consider a priority. So, you know, we're gonna stay all over the place if it's just, everybody just, you know, continually given the opportunity to guess. But anyway, yes, where things are prioritized on the ICIP is very important in the funding process, as Julie explained. Plan and design, complete plan and design, being shovel ready is also probably the most critical thing in getting funding. Okay, so where does the money come from for that? That's what we need to work out. But let me jump back to this and say the wording that I really don't like in this is with a plan in place, the work can be done intentional rather than reactive. And the water and sewer and roads projects can be done in conjunction rather than piecemeal. I don't know if that really has its place in a charter. Simply because it should be known that so much of the work done in public works is absolutely reactive. It's reactive to the weather. It's reactive to the amount of moisture we have, the amount of people we have in town. We have to be reactive. You know, the 2 water leaks we had today were definitely not planned. So I don't know. I get that. I know what it's trying to say here, and I'm all for that, to have a plan where we're not just trying to put out fires after they start. I just don't know if the charter's the place to have that statement. So
Can I make a suggestion? Why don't we take that particular sentence, that the RIC will draft a multi-year plan for the village to use as action as a roadmap, take out action, as a roadmap going forward, or as a roadmap, period. Take that sentence and move that up to above the primary scope of RIC is to prioritize road, water, and sewer, because what you're doing then is you're saying that we're gonna draft a plan, and then the plan from that you develop from that plan the scope to prioritize the road, water, and sewer, so it flows as far as the charter is concerned. Does that?
Yeah, no, I would agree with that, but I think the challenge to me is what Kurt's saying, is that there's a lot of, things that come up that take the budget and happen quickly. So I think
No, I totally get that. And because here, in all honesty, we can sit here for days on end and prioritize and suggest and do all of that. It goes to the council and they go, nope, 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 nope. And we've just spun our wheels because we have no input from the council as far as what their priorities are to help us prioritize. They have more insight as to funding, their plans, what their priorities are. We're individuals from different places out here that here again, my experience on this committee goes back a number of years, and we've never been able to meld the two entities together to come up with any kind of consensus as to prioritizing. It's kind of like we do, we're trying to come up with all of these different priorities and throw them to the council without them being able to listen to why we want to prioritize these things. So they've got their own kind of ideas as to priorities and stuff. We might have our ideas, but there's nothing connecting the two. So it's two separate, essentially, organizations, committees, could be on divergent tracks.
If that's the case, what's the point of having the committee?
So, in my opinion, right, the way that it should work is, the most important thing is that criteria. Yes, you can measure roads on criteria, and we're measuring the roads and prioritizing the roads based on that criteria, and the council is prioritizing the roads based on the same criteria. Because then you have a connection there. Because if we prioritize the roads based on Title VII compliance and safety and whatever else, and we recommend that these roads be put into the ICIP, then we've kind of fulfilled our commitment. And if the council disagrees, they have to have a reason to disagree. What in Title VII will reduce that road, remove that road from that recommendation? And that's the onus that we have to put onto the council, is that if they remove a road from what we've recommended, they have to have a reason for that based upon transparent criteria.
Because they are the governmental entity with the final decision, they don't have to have a reason.
They do. They work for us, right, Chuck?
So
Technically, yes, but they don't.
from a council perspective, there's something like 11 entities like this committee. There's about that other many committees. Council needs something coming up to us in each of those areas, because otherwise we'll never get our arms around
Yes. And
being down in the weeds like this committee needs to be. We don't need this committee to worry too much about where the money's coming from. We'd like this committee to do this more on a pure engineering concept. If it were a perfect world, following our criteria, here's our recommendation. Then it comes to council, and then it's up to council and staff to figure out if we can pay for it in that priority.
yes, I agree. And that's why I'm saying it's most important for us is the criteria. And then we prioritize these roads based upon a transparent criteria, so everybody understands. And it's not because somebody lives at the end of that road.
The council's looking at this committee as specialists. You're the guys who know far more in your areas than we'll ever know, because we're looking across the whole.
I think the other way we need to look at it, though, if they make decisions going somewhere else, we learn from that, right? And if we've got some way set up, a model or something that's doing some sort of ranking on it, then we adjust it, right? If there's things that are out there, nothing's gonna be perfect when it comes out. And we don't know, there are many reasons the council may go change things with where it is. But if we make something that is flexible enough that if there are things that they say, this makes no sense, how this is ranked, well, then we go adjust it.
So there's two streams of input once it leaves this committee. That's staff coming to us and saying, yes, based on the money, based on the timing, all of those work. Or we know this, we got extra funding for this kind of thing. Staff will then give us their expertise. Then it comes to council, and that's where it gets a little more dicey.
I guess from my perspective, if we give you a list of priorities that are based upon a transparent criteria,
right? And funding might be the third or fourth one down there, because, I mean, there's some projects that may not be anywhere in the neighborhood.
Yeah,
Right.
so,
But if we give council a package that is based upon a criteria, then it makes your job a lot easier
and
because.
then your job is done. You don't have to worry about changing funding priorities and all that.
Correct. No, we don't. That's not.
If I may, what I've observed in the last 2.5 years in regards to committees is, weighing the successes and the failures. It's a roads committee hasn't even got off the ground. Okay, but then you have like Trails and Rec Committee and Dark Sky Committee. I'll use Dark Sky Committee as an example of, my perception of when they first started bringing their desires forward. There really wasn't any interest until they initiated a work session with council.
Sorry, not to interrupt you. Scott is, I don't know if somebody can let him in, but Scott's waiting in the lobby online.
Excellent.
Scott Smiley is on there.
Hi, guys. I'm sorry I'm late. I just got distracted.
Okay, it's great to have you, Mr. Smiley. Anyway, the point I was trying to make is to get things really going, they came to initiated a work session with council and came to the table with their plans, what they'd like to do. And, if us coming up with those transparent criteria, if we can come up with just the baseline and then get that work session with council and convey the idea that we do want a transparent way of developing criteria for decision making and everything. We've got to start I feel we're trying to get something in place and then go to council with it, where we need to go to them with the concept and start the dialogue and the discussion right away. I guarantee you the first documents the Dark Sky Committee came to council with are not the documents that they're working with now. Trails.
And it's still evolving.
Yeah,
Absolutely. Trails and Rec Committee, from the first meetings that I went to with them to what they're doing now. I look at those two as a couple of the most, in my eyes, successful committees because they're keeping things going and they're allowing it to evolve, but they're trying to get to that end game. They're not spinning their wheels. Okay. On a meeting this morning discussing lighting for Allen Field. Okay, without the Dark Sky Committee and their concerns that discussion would be different. Let's leave it at that. So that's my take on it. And please don't take offense, because I too also feel like we're kind of spin our wheels sometimes. Okay. I have to admit, I was a little frustrated at the last meeting. With discussions over and I get it, and everybody needs to be able to say their piece, but the cost of lunch at Zeb's is not a topic to discuss here. I know that washboard roads are dangerous. Okay, if we can get beyond stating the obvious and because it is a challenge to, so I've got to say Mr. Howell, Councilor Howell said to you directly, there's a part of me that feels like council needs to be the ones making decisions on what the priorities are and what we're doing.
I totally agree with that.
And I think we're doing this kind of backwards in that we're wanting this committee and me to create all the reasons why we should do these things. Council should come to us and say, hey, we want to do this. and have this committee evaluate it and look at it and see if we're in agreement.
Let's take that a step further. I believe the council should come to us with 5 or 10 projects and let this committee prioritize those to go back to them instead of us trying to shoot and say, okay, well, let's try this one, let's try this one. They have more of information than we'll possibly ever have unless we want to be full-time here. And I don't have time for that. Because we need to shadow him, we need to shadow Brett for funding and all of those different things. And quite honestly, it doesn't make sense to me for us to work the other direction because the council has to have input into this. I believe, and the reason I said that Title VII, I said Chapter 7, but it's Title 7, is the Bible is because I believe that is our main focus to develop, to go through, to modify, to approve, to wherever, so that we can then base some of these decisions on that Title VII. Because I was here when we worked on encroachment permits and these box culverts and how we were going to do that. And we went through part of that Title VII, but I'm not convinced that it's all done. And I know it's not.
It's a process, but it's something that always needs to be worked on and updated, I think. And I'm just, Councilman Howell, I'm sorry if I put you on the spot,
That's okay.
but I,
Ideally, from the top down is a great concept. But it's not gonna work because council has still gotta have a source of information. Unless we want, in this case, unless we want to clone Kurt and he goes out, because we as counselors, we need a source of information. It's gotta come from somewhere.
I was on a city council for 9 years and we had volunteer committees for major things, but we did not, as a council, rely on them to give us prioritize projects. That was the council's responsibility through doing workshops and comprehensive planning. When the council sat through and did the comprehensive plan, then they had, that was used as a roadmap for our 4A and our 4B committees, which were the two primary committees for some of the infrastructure projects and other projects. But it never worked the other direction. But if the village here wants to use and utilize these committees, which is fine if that's what they want to do, but they have to have more input. They can't be sitting on a throne expecting all of these different committees to say, here it is. Because all that does to me is deflect blame. And that's, quite honestly, that's how I feel about this. It does not make any sense to me. Because then the council can say, oh, well, it's the committee that wants to do that. It's not them, it's the committee. So without working, I still, and I'll believe this till my dying day, that the council has to give us more guidance as to their thought processes and the direction that they want this village to go. We shouldn't be doing that for them. We should be helping them because they are the elected officials. We're not elected. I'm done.
if you can find a way to clone me, I'm all for it. I'd like to be bass fishing right now.
But I do believe that, the Title VII revamp, or us to, focus and look at that is probably the most important thing that we can accomplish if we can get through this, somewhat of this charter. And start looking at that and forget about all of the trying to determine the, road, road, water, sewer projects that need to be prioritized, because
So I agree 100% with that we shouldn't be telling you or the council or anybody else what projects need to be done.
yeah,
That's why I've been trying to stay away from naming roads and putting roads down that this is the specific road. To me, it's more important to develop that criteria
I agree.
and help the council have something to fall back on to get into that ICP. How many roads and water projects and sewer projects and solid waste projects were in the ICP? ICIP?
I'd have to look at it again. There was, there weren't any solid waste. There were two, I believe, that involved sewer. Two different water tank projects.
Right.
Monte Verde, 1 and 2, which is just south of the country club.
So the
Full
So
water,
that-
sewer, road,
the
everything.
end game there is that the village council has already prioritized those projects. They're on the ICIP.
Well, for this year.
Exactly. But they've had criteria, that's what I see our function is taking those projects and seeing what criteria they used to put them on the ICIP. Right? And then further developing that criteria so we can look at future stuff down the road of what needs to go onto the ICIP. What can actually go on there to be completed? Because how many projects do we actually do in a year that are not on the ICIP?
Well, let's put that in context.
They're just-
We
they're
want to
just
act like
repair
it's
work,
2024, or we want to act like it's 2026. Obviously, there were multiple projects in the first 2 years. Some of them were paving, some were paid out of budget, some were paid with GO bond. Water projects, so forth and so on. Number of projects are based on how much money we have to spend.
Right.
And,
But the priorities are the ones that are on the ICIP, right?
the
Other ones come in because they're emergencies
The
or.
projects that are prioritized on the ICIP are projects that cannot be funded through budget or GO bond, that we have to seek funding for. Okay, so like, South Angel Fire Road was never on the ICIP because we knew we were gonna pay for that out of budget. You know, that does bring up a good point, especially if we do roll into another GO bond, which I believe, I don't see any way we're not gonna be able to. There should be a prioritization of how to use those dollars. You know, traditionally in the past, GO bond dollars for water and wastewater, the majority of the GO bond dollars have gone to plan and design. You know, the bigger chunk that has been taken out of GO bond in the last year was for plan and design of Monte Verde Lake subdivision, like $700K. But, you know, here again, that's especially with GO bond. Council should be the first, and the mayor, council, and village manager should be the first to identify what those GO bond dollars should be used for. And if it's plan and design, then it should be tied in with items that are on the ICIP. Okay, if we're paying for plan and design, because we know there's no way we could fund the project ourselves, then fine. But also, I found that, GO bond dollars were, put to better use in streets department and actual projects, tangible things that people could see and feel and touch. Okay, so that's where the majority of the dollars that I've spent out of the, streets portion of GO bond has gone to those paving projects. And for instance, we've had the discussion about Bill Burgess Boulevard. And they were trying for TPF funding. The cost of that project has tripled over the last 5 years. They've been trying to get that money. If we could potentially say we get one phase, we could be looking at another 4 or 5 years to get the next phase. Road's not gonna last that long. So do we look at GO bond dollars to peel off that 2-inch seal coat, which is failing, and put another one down. To get us a few more years till we can get the funding. You know, things like that. But what I can see is if direction starts from council and comes to us, then we can be the ones that pick it apart, if you will. You know, if it comes from council that Gulfview Terrace should be #1 priority. Well, we'll question, why is that an arterial road? Is that a collector road? Is it a safety access? You know, if we have that criteria, all those questions, okay, does it meet all of these criteria? Then, yeah, you're right, Mr. Kaiser. I totally agree with you that the suggestion or the direction should start with council and administration. But is this something that I'm sure it'd be too late to get on the agenda for tomorrow, but could it be discussed in like committee reports? Good shot and see what council thinks. But that also changes the charter significantly.
Well, I'll be happy to bring them. I can bring it up in tomorrow night's council meeting.
What? Bring up which aspect, I guess,
The,
real clear on that.
whether we follow a top-down design or a bottom-up design. Whether council should be giving this committee guidance. Or whether it's more helpful for this committee to work up the criteria and start to point it toward prioritization to bring to council. It is, am I summing it up?
Yeah, I think so. I think it's, like you said earlier, it's asking too much from council to bring everything in, because they're gonna, a lot of stuff is gonna fall through the gaps there, because there's gonna be certain priorities that are high priorities to certain people. That's why I think I've said it 5 times, it's extremely important for us to develop a criteria plan that both the council and us can use to prioritize these
Do you
projects.
think seeing what priorities, whether they be the same or different throughout the council, would be good to see while we're developing those criteria?
I think we already have those priorities to an extent based upon the last 2 years, plus the current capital plan. So we can get 90% there, but yes, we want input from the council on what their criteria is. And yes, we want to be, the whole thing is that there's a transparent method that we can see, because that makes everybody happier when they can understand how decisions were made.
So if we have the baseline for the criteria, say, you know, we start with safety and how we, you know, the other elements, how we prioritize those different elements. I think it's something we could probably get together pretty quick, even if it was start off with 3 criteria. And again, going back to the model of Dark Skies Committee and Trails and Rec Committee, is they really seem to get the ball rolling by initiating a work session. So if we set up a work session and ask every council member and the mayor and the manager to do 5 projects, and then we have a work session, they present their projects, and we either pick them apart then or support them then, or try to get everybody on the same page. I don't know. But I think what I'm trying to think of ways to get the all started or kicked off here with a work session with council. That seems to be exactly what really got things working for those other 2 committees.
Okay, as a counselor, I heard the term dark skies and I liked the idea, but I personally knew very little about it. On day one, I didn't know what a lumen was. I had never had an opportunity to find out. So through that whole project, it was a tremendous education for at least three of us, four counselors. On day one, we didn't have the intellect to come up with priorities.
So I have no problem with having a working meeting with the council, but I think that we should come with, not just go, hey, you know, what are your 5 projects? I think we should come in and say, okay, this is the criteria that we've developed to prioritize road projects, water projects, sewer projects, you know, and there's gonna be different criteria for each one of those.
Yes.
You can't group it all into one because they're different needs.
And I agree with you, Dan. I think what we have to do, we have to be able to have at least some semblance of prioritization or necessary elements for each one of those things to be able then to be able to talk to the council or meet with the council to give them that scope. And then they can come up with ideas, you know, or their priorities with some semblance of prioritization to give to us to help. So it's a collaborative effort and not just a shoot in the dark, because that's kind of what we would do without that input. And that's what I've been trying to get, all along.
If we're gonna have, it can't be done in one working meeting, I guess is the point that I'm
No.
making. I think the first working meeting should just be the criteria and, okay, this is what we kind of see road projects being ranked upon, prioritized upon. This is what we see water projects being done, and let them go digest that for a little while.
Right.
And then have a second meeting of, okay, do you agree on the criteria? Okay, these are the water projects that we've put together that we think should be prioritized, these, and let them go and think on that, because then we're giving them something that they can actually look at and review.
Title
Instead of
VII
just-
is pretty comprehensive from what I recall. And there is a lot to that.
Okay, and so maybe one of the meetings is, these are the areas of Title VII that need to be upgraded to, I'm 100% on board with input.
Can we, the changes that we're proposing and working on right now,
I should already have a copy.
you sent that?
I think so. I can resend, because I believe I sent them to Ileana like in February or March. After you and I met with Brett, and I forget who else. But I think that was February. I typed up those notes. I'll double check and I'll resend it to the committee.
Well, all those changes have already come to council.
Not on Title VII, no. Title VII has not, we've talked about the changes that we want to bring, but we haven't done a formal ordinance update yet. Because I believe we wanted to get some more feedback here.
So are you talking about like the encroachment?
There's a lot that we identified in Title
Changed
VII.
a lot in there.
There's a
Yeah.
lot, we talked about encroachment was the big part where it was in this section, this section, this section. Let me resend, because I believe I did do that. You did. After that meeting. I just looked at it, April 4th. Yeah. I'll just resend it again. Then that had, we talked a lot about encroachment, but there were some other things we talked about.
Yeah, there was other stuff. There was language in there in regards to, well, it was with the encroachment permits as far as contractors. And
Yeah.
Other builders. There were little things like, pressure sewer system specified a brand name of grinder pump that was to be used.
Oh, that's right. We took out all the references to fees.
There was,
Resolution.
we put in there, require box culverts to see how that goes with public opinion. I still have some reservations because it's,
But we also,
anyway, that's a whole. nother
yeah, we talked about if the road profile was lower than your property, looking at different types of culverts. We also talked about, storage and right of way, where
development on a property that's got too much slope. There's no way to store anything on the lot without it rolling off. Providing some
Temporary
allowance.
construction, doing an encroachment for some space on right of way to scale materials.
So encroachment was the biggest part, but there were other elements that were captured. And we can resend all that. You said it was April the 4th was the last one?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'll
the
just
April 7th.
resend it to everyone, really on it.
So Dan, can I ask you, update the charter as a draft as you understand it today?
Okay.
Well, we've had some good movement here. Let's bring it back as a draft and keep working it.
Do that.
Yeah, actually, through the course of,
These are yours.
discussing the charter, we got through most of the new business, didn't we?
I think so. Yes. Okay, so that action item is on me. So for the next meeting, do you want to do it, or do you want to do another working meeting, or
The next,
the next meeting?
Randy's not available for the next scheduled meeting.
Correct.
We could look at the possibility of moving that meeting to have all of us.
Either that or go ahead. I mean, it's, if others are available, don't let my absence
I think
dictate.
July 13 was that the next,
That would be the next meeting according to what we're talking about
Right.
on our charter.
okay? So what I will do is, Dan, you send me the updated charter notes.
Okay,
I'll circulate it through some staff. I'll send it back to all of you well before the next meeting. And each of you can look at it, make some notes and respond.
Okay.
Tomorrow night, I will talk to council about the committee's dilemma. And we'll move forward.
What I would, if I might make a suggestion, Chuck, when you're talking to the council, say that this is a concern, but before we meet with them, we are going to go through Title VII and try to establish some clear criteria that they can use as well as us to be able to prioritize projects.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
All right, sure.
You know, cause I don't want to put the onus all back on the council, because I understand that we are here to help them, but they need to be, you guys need to be there to help us as well. Because quite honestly, this committee is the 800-pound gorilla out of all of the committees. I mean, all of the dark sky, the trails, all of those, that's peanuts compared to what we're talking about here. Quite honestly.
But yet. The last meeting was the first time I saw anybody from the public since I started this job.
Yeah, oh, I know,
It's sad,
right.
but,
I think if you say you have tacos, everyone, tacos or beer, what it's.
All right.
one thing I would suggest in the criteria that we keep it narrowed down pretty good. Like maybe 3, 4 tops. You know, if we have this big old long strung out, you know, on roads that would think, you know, if it's projects that gotta be funded, you know, safety, how it can be accomplished, is it something that can be done? And, then obviously, you know, traffic flow, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, but I think if we have too many points in the criteria, then it's gonna dilute it too much. Or do you feel it's better to have?
I think it's better to have as much as we can. We talk about projects being funded. From our perspective, I personally don't think it matters whether the project's gonna be funded or not. We should go take a look at the data and say, we prioritize it this way. If it can't be funded, that's fine. It's just, we're trying to give them, I look at it, we're trying to put together a list of what we think should be prioritized. whether it is or not, it doesn't matter. We don't make that decision. We make the decision, or we kind of put together the model to look at. And that's, funding keeps coming up, but I personally think when we're looking at things, we shouldn't even consider the funding for it. It should not, because if there's one road that we think is the worst, but the funding's not there, well, it doesn't matter. We still want it to be we should still have it on the list, and it could be something that's looked at in the future. But that's just my thoughts.
But also, I've got to say, when I took this job, there were a few projects out there that the village was in the process of trying to get funding for. Okay? And I was like, why don't we just do them? We've got the money right here. Okay, some of the road paving, all of the SCADA upgrades, all the booster station upgrades that we did. If we would have sought grant money for that, it'd been years down the line. The last thing I'll say about that, I'll share a short story. First week on the job, discussion was being had about a grant that they were trying to get to replace 100 water meters. They had 300 at the time that were not reading, were not working at all. Okay. When I looked at the amount of funding that they were trying to get for 100 water meters, I told them this isn't enough for 100 water meters. You'll get 50 out of this. Okay. So then the plan was, okay, we're going to seek funding to replace 50 water meters. It just so happens Sustainability Partners came along and we replaced them all. At the pace, it would have taken 40 years at 50 a year to replace all the water meters that have a estimated 17-year life. The point being is that getting, the ideas out there of what they want done. And that's like the reason why the roads got paved within the village, those were the ones that got paved, is the mayor said, those are the roads I'd like to get paved. For the last remaining roads in the court of the village. 2 of those were in the process of waiting for funding. I said, they won't last for they're done. We've got to do something right now. Even though it's at this particular moment, it's not the case where we have money to pull the trigger like that. But it can help, hopefully for next year, so we can get some money for projects. Okay. And I know that's a long ways of getting around to what you said about on the funding part, but getting them out there and identified, there's things that we might be able to see that we have the money to do. And if they're a high enough priority, and if it means maybe putting off something else or sacrificing something else, if as a consensus it's seen as more important, then we can do it. One of the projects that Brett put up, I think to number 1 on the ICIP was replacing tank 8, getting it up to a 300,000 gallon tank. Tank 7 was done for $1.3 million. Okay. It took 5 years to get the funding to do tank 7. Okay. If we went long on GoLand and decided that it truly was something we had to do, and I got $100 million in Go Bond for the tank.
So village government is very messy. We're not like General Motors where the president's been there for 10 or 20 or 30 years and you've had all of your staff and they all have all of the history. They know what the plans are and those plans seldom change unless there's a really good reason. Every 4 years, we elect a new mayor. Ever so often, that's the same mayor for a second term. And each one of these mayors and each one of these managers has their own priorities and philosophies when they come in here. Many years ago, we put $1 million right next to the village hall here for a new town center. Whole thing was done, looked good. Next mayor comes in and said, nah, I don't really think we should do that. And it was dropped like a hot potato. And that $1 million sat in the ground that whole time. Committees in the past There's been good committees and they've done some good things, but they've never had the emphasis that we've had the last 2 years. I know we've struggled here for many, many meetings to try to accomplish something. But I do believe we will accomplish something, and I do believe we will come up with a solid plan that can be carried forward. Because we've never had that before. And that's why we floundered so much. So I just hope you guys will all hang in here. Bring your ideas. We'll do what you're suggesting. We'll have the July 13 meeting. Then we'll get with the mayor, the manager and council. We'll go forward with a workshop where this committee and council can get together and exchange ideas. Does that sound like a plan to get to the plan?
Sounds good.
If I can, just real quick, if we're getting close to adjourning, just give you a couple of updates. Probably the biggest update is I no longer have a water truck driver. Working through that and sent everybody a photo last meeting of brand new cutting edge and an old cutting edge side by side. Been having discussion about it. There wasn't an earlier meeting brought up about how the normal road profile shows 2% squared, like to a point right in the center. Obviously, that's how we would love for them to be. Okay,
But that's not how they are.
they're not how they are. The Warren cutting edge, 3 days to work. I thought it'd be a good little discussion point. That's all I've got today, gentlemen. So. If you have any questions for me?
Don't leave before I talk to you,
That's fine.
please.
Sure, I just have some handouts for you. So I gave this one to Kurt. Thoroughfare plan was first adopted in 2004, which is the top map. I noticed there's a note that says 2004. It was actually updated in 2024 by the Plan Commission and by council. And then the second map is what we have on file of the road classifications in the village. This is like from 2001 or 2002, because it shows a lot of gravel roads and chip seal roads that are no longer gravel or chip seal. It does have a label of which roads are not maintained, but even that's outdated. Because I believe you maintain all the way up to Mountain House, right? On our inventory,
You mean the back basin?
yeah. Whereas on this map says we kind of stop at 5 Springs. Well, yeah, so. I know
Well, at the time the map was created, the resort maintained that road.
oh, boy,
And
no.
then they built it up to village standards, and that's why, since this map, there's been a lot, of course, the public improvement district. Different roads that were not accepted by the village at the time. San Mateo was one of them. That village. Just pick up the moldboard, drive over the snow and then drop on the other side where it's their road.
But I know there was a
Yeah.
conversation about the inventory of the roads. This is the last thing I could find as to what was actually classified, this map. And then the thoroughfare plan, the biggest change is that there were some other collectors listed on that map. There was a collector that was proposed to go through the RV park on 64, through the Girl Scout Ranch and connect to Crestview and Sage. Then there was another collector that was proposed to go through the county, through this subdivision and connect to Buckskin. But a lot of that road wasn't even in the city village. So we're like, why is it even on our thoroughfare plan? We don't even have jurisdiction on it. So I did want to get this to you guys on what I could find on maps that were listed as the last thing that we had. So
And that's one of the things I think that as far as the streets and thoroughfare map, that I think we as a committee can do a better job than what's listed here for arterial and collectors. Because I don't know what criteria they used, but the criteria that I have in my head, as far as as the amount of traffic and everything is different than what I see here.
Are these maps only just images of it? It's not like it's something that's been built out of anything. Is it possible to, can you send me an email with it where I can expand it at least then? And
Yeah,
read it, see if I can find something to convert it to do as a starting point.
I just found these as PDFs and just printed them out, so I can email the PDFs to the.
That would help. Thank you.
Yeah,
I mean, I think that's kind of our.
all I have. Okay. So, is that good for old business?
And I think that's probably also it for new business.
Anyone want to make a motion to adjourn?
Make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Another map like that.
At 4:16. Through this utility easement to the community center.
Yeah.
There was another road that was coming through the fields to get to Buckskin. They called it Sheriff's Road one time. But I never saw any other reference to those.
They didn't have any arterial streets on the west side of the mountain, see? Except this little piece right here, but that's, you know, you've got lots of different.
Via Del Rey.
It's different.
How would Via Del Rey not be? Via Del Rey all the way to Viacom, how would that not be? It's entirely.
When you're sending out those reports.
Well, now these are the ones for today,
Structure,
the ones. that-
Somebody's sending out-
Okay.
I'm getting a report via email.
What it is.
Put that in there.
The AI starts recording of it.
Just my signature.
Oh, okay. And
Well, I'm
then,
glad you answered that.
but I'm trying
There you
to, I try to access it.
Gmail.
Okay.
And you have to do it through Google, and it says not, don't recognize you. Well, there's a Google address, email
Like this.
that can be used.
I would give that to you.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah. And just send it over to you.
Okay.
It looks like it comes from, there's something.
Yeah, it's like it's coming from you.
Yeah. Oh, because I think that was when the invitation was originally set. I think I was setting it up, so, but I haven't touched it since. Ileana's been trying to do it.
Doing it is making sure it was.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the horse.
Yeah.
I think from that first meeting, like a year ago. That's how it got,
the roads that they.
how it got fed to us. So-
Yes.
You see, he's in the meeting, so it's an invite box to come up, like, did with Mr. Stein.
I don't know.
That's we don't have to pick on it. Because there was that.
Oh, yeah. My opinion is need to be as transparent as possible.
Well, then
I can tell you.
I need to have her change my email address. But, you know, it just like,
That's why you have a committee.
it doesn't make.
Yes.
I've been on this committee so long,
And that's
I've
why-
been so frustrated for so long, because there's been no coordination between.
Say, this is why.
It's driving me nuts.
This is why we.
Well, besides that, I really stayed,
Well,
I don't think Kurt, something he's trying to, that they can do it, they last time. But
Yes.
and just looking from the water perspective,
When
that
I had this all done. I don't know what I did with it. Hold on. Hmm. So. Okay, let's see. Here, water, not very often. Where it sits, it does begin. Here's where, so. Well, this is the ground frame. There. Yes. Water. It's a dinner. Okay, right, it is? Yeah. Yeah, well, I didn't get into so I didn't really move money. Did you move money to the? Okay, that's all you need to do. You get more people in that direction. I'm going to chase 2 business days, so all we do. You're very good. That they didn't answer the phone. But which we, okay. That in politics. When, should be more, say it. Yeah. Well, they said one. They can all, the city, all, okay. You go, say, it talk about. This is 1-3. Oh, yeah, 1-3, baby. Does it say anything? It says we want 1-3. Over CIA. Commercial. And then I'm CIPN. It's called Absolute State, and of West. Yeah, let's see. Who's there? So the one school. Well, I do not remember. Yeah, or the street. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. What was that? This is the same side, other side. It's on the other side of that road. Yes. In the morning.
Why did you tell?
This one.
Okay. Well, what strategy would you use?
I run for spine, stand, the bed, struggle, selfish.
What's those?
And I said, I didn't know I was medicine. I really want to sleep on. More specific dog. Yeah,
See. Yeah. Matter. Well, England. Three.
Well, what's it then?
she got in, you know. Usual bullshit for the cities and talking over rule.
I can help them. I mean, listen. Everything. I'm fine. It's fun. You have to do that.
Try to get this going.
Thank you.
She never wants to see my face again. Whether there.
Hey, Myron, we're gonna be here. I'm sick. Stop.
You're not. You don't have to back there. Man.
From now on, we'll travel and not by the air longer. Go on. So some transport, and two for 4 minutes. There. Wow. What's new? Here. Well, let's see. Box. And for police today, frequently have something sell energy. PPTV and so it's staying backwards, the red light is picking up forever. It is, like a permanent solid. That. The reset and the reset fire, that's in the bottom of the. Second report. But what the that continually and it comes to. Sure. CIA, low on very.
Areas back. Usual. Anything. Molly Taylor, I'm being handled. She got transferred.
Wait.
That's fine. Okay. Then I ready file and if you're okay with it, why don't we start with that meeting?
Okay. You know. I think something was 16. You find it out. Not unfortunately. And someone knows what to do, then tell me today, I'm wrong. We come at it. I don't know, my first crossing, go with this time. When this time. What? I'm not song, I'm not very much of this. Everything. We're telling you what it is. So good. Oh, so we call actually looking to something to they have to do. We change. Good. Because one person actually happens, it happens. And it's good. It's. Wow. It was very fast. That's wrong. Was corrupted. Well, bad. Saying, well, it's beyond authority. Media error. Which one the flag? Oh, that's seen it. No. But I said you didn't watch that. No, trust me. I thought the thing about this too. I remember it's a guy with the finger stalled. Or not. When you come over off, you come down. It's never.
Fantastic.
Oh. Doesn't. And. And see.
Yeah, that's what else it is. Fine feelings.
How's it going along?
You know. I think
Why you going on vacation?
bullshit
Good.
is
You know.
really good.
Minus. The outside. These people are certain about. Yeah. You people don't really need.
You know, how we get that into the fucking.
People are all good. People are. Okay. One.
Finding them.
Trying to keep them alive. Oh, it's.
Very like this. It's a fearless you. And it's
It's like that people. Like somebody in there. Oh,
really like that.
it's a secret.
It's a
It's also.
with the people like, you know, feel that high.
That's it. So. Yeah. So. Maybe Fox. They're not, they're here. Well, we're leaving out of here. Android. Mhm. Mhm. Yeah, just maybe walk with it. It's just not moving along, it's absolutely. I'm gonna be, yeah.
Sean, you want to put anything? We're gonna really change the one for for the details. You need them. All. But if the two floors down, smaller, we could have it. Well. That's a lot. You know. That's what's linked, see, so. It's between satellite, which comes with another 30. So. Yes, sir, cold boards back, chilly spot. Just a heads up, we might say it's, like I said, it's, that one back. That's the third problem. They weren't anything. It is long, thanks. Yeah, we want to say. Mark. Green, full cross. Over. She. Yeah, yellow, right. I like the oats, red, full shit. Well, there's a lot. So, well, when I think, what's the show? Cost, or group up, you know, 3.C on the voter, that's. There's something. The wrong gets suffered and really possible. And that really you don't understand. And then is one is. Thank you. Didn't see anybody. It's going back. Hey. Hey. So now you're back. Good work. Back in the fold. Yes. Yeah, it's all around, it's all friends, all everywhere I go. All contact. What's that fun? You can go back, you can buy. Well, yeah, hopefully, no. Actually, walking over me.
accomplished. Let's see. The article, I had probably, like, I don't think it's from, I don't have. It was a part of the, it's not your table, all there. Hey, yeah. All the words. Being about these things. You were just kind of keeping things around. No longer. All about this. Those things, I think about cheating practice. Oh, it's not. Oh, okay. Oh, it's, that's all. Oh, But let's see. Anyone read this? Here. Okay, so and with that, it's it all. Good, parent, or here, okay. So, means summons. All the times that I said, they might say, I don't think. They might say, no, because of that. People out. People say, you can follow. That's the once. So it's not. There's no. This says. One. One. Yeah, right. Yeah, but That's. People being up at. What do you think about it? That. 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 Six years. It's. Honestly. And now we ask. Which 7 months, that we love, it's done. You can interrupt me next, but I won't do it. Listen, Ed. Well, not exactly. You know, doesn't feel like a lot exactly. Oh, why? Power. Over here. All right, thank you. How long are you planning to watch it? Waiting for a month. Roll. What is it? Is it? Three. Yeah. It looks good. Reading three, but I'm bored. Or didn't? Yeah. So. Yes. See what. Yes. Me too. She did London. How much longer do you plan on watching your thing? That protocol, you can back there, you got a small for months. That's ten years. Yes, only 2 years thing, you know, 1 month, that. You know, yes, that thing. It's not you. You want to say it, you say it. You wear a chain over. You know. But say that. You don't have to. Okay. But you know the source. But that's it. Yeah. Then it's very fair. Then you get them with the water and water. Wow. So. So we saw our 8 minutes ago, or Tracy did, we got, or anyone else can do, like, a show. Inside. Thank you. And, I saw something that said you take for a while, so like he said, it's really about always, and that was all. Running was running now, it was that. That. Everything a long time. These people. I don't use the residents. I don't use down. I it's well, that's the ones. The fact that it's disappeared, there's a lot. It's not a bigger than this is pretty. Oh. Oh. Oh, everything we do. Oh, it's I would say. Where we're looking at, I'll take you all, training. Right. But if the fact that we disappeared for last days, but if you know, change and series, what the fuck is Paul saying? It's confusing. Nobody knows. The message is difficult for me. If you drop the flock of not people, you can sing for this. Why did you say? Also, the rest of the question, right? Why would you use this term? For self, stating first, movie. Using the problem. The problem. It's just. They always follow see that, yes, you're going to see. If you grow, what about why something? And there's something here. You can't really allow it. Now. So the 52 parts that Four. All our votes, but. And we also know that these, police, from the urban area, or the box, and the house. We let us see about me, feel less than mad, but. Also, she is. Some of the voices. The city. 60%. Or career is basically what you're.